I can't complain much. I am in quarterfinals of Roland-Garros 2.5 weeks ago. I even don't know if I will be able to to be here. So.
Novak, Djokovic.
I always wanted to perform my best at this tournament, so I'm really glad that I managed to create that kind of consistency over the years and still going strong.
It's going to be a big challenge for me. Of course, he already won, I think, the last 9 matches in a row. Winning in Rome and now winning here in straight sets every match. Probably he will be confident.
It's a huge challenge and probably the biggest one that you can have. I'm glad that I, didn't spend too much time on the court myself up to quarterfinals, knowing that, playing him in Roland-Garros is always a physical battle along with everything else that happens. I'm ready for it. I like the way I've been feeling, the way I've been hitting the ball. I'll focus on what I need to do.
Being honest, every match that I play here, I don't know if it's going to be my last match here in Roland-Garros in my tennis career, no? I hope to be able to give myself a chance to play at the highest level possible, and then let's see.
That is the cue for Nadal to enter the staircase leading up to the entrance to the court, Philippe Chatrier. This is being broadcast on the big screen. The crowd know he's right, ready to come on.
Le premier joueur à rentrer sur le court possède 21 titres en Grand Chelem, 13 fois vainqueur ici à Roland-Garros. Il est espagnol, Rafael Nadal.
Marc Marie's made a real art form of that Rafael Nadal. How many more times will he have to say it, though?
Possède 20 titres du Grand Chelem, dont 2 ici à Roland-Garros. Le tenant du titre, le numéro 1 mondial, le Serbe, Novak Djokovic. Il est accompagné par Magdalena.
What an introduction. What a walk-on.
Entrée de rêve, la Fédération française de tennis invite de jeunes licenciés.
And it's a beautiful evening. The weather's getting warmer.
Et ici, ce soir, ce sont Magdalena Jair et Maxime Lux, licenciés à La Roche-sur-Foron Tennis Club, dans la Ligue Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, qui ont accompagné les joueurs.
Announcement for the 2 youngsters who are both licensed tennis players. All the youngsters who accompany players on court are licensed tennis players with the French Tennis Federation's junior section. Nadal has 5 seconds to be out.
So, gentlemen, we start with the picture behind with the 2 kids, and then there's going to be a picture without the kid, please. Les enfants, mettez-vous sur le côté un petit peu et laissez les 2 joueurs au milieu. You go in the middle.
One for the ages
Okay,
there.
thank you. Revenez par là.
Absolutely.
Venez vers moi. Venez. So, gentlemen, we have the net machine. 25 seconds between points. I call the score and I start the clock, okay? Towels, let's say you have the red dot and you have the gray one, all right? Gray, gray, red. Any questions? So, Rafael, your choice, Roland-Garros or 22? Roland-Garros. 22. Serve. Stay. Have a good match, gentlemen. Bravo.
Nadal called Roland-Garros. Djokovic won with 22. Is there an omen there?
I think I would have gone for 22.
Yep. And do you think there was a... Let's have a look at the weather. It's 20 degrees. It's supposed to be a maximum of 22, but I don't think it's going to get any warmer now. It's 3 minutes to 9 o'clock. Was there a bigger roar for one than the other as they came out?
I felt I heard the chants of Nole starting to ripple through the crowd.
Well, Djokovic is 35 years old, from Belgrade, now lives, well, he's registered in Monte Carlo, but he's got a place in Spain. 1.88 is 6'2". 87 career titles, including 20 Grand Slam and 38 Masters 1000s. That's a record, the Masters 1000 count. Record number of weeks at world number 1. He's been 370 weeks. This is only his 6th event of the year after he was not allowed to play in Australia. He played Dubai and then 4 clay court tournaments. He won Rome. He was runner-up in Belgrade, semi-finalist in Madrid. One of only 3 men to hold all 4 majors concurrently, and the only man to win all 9 Masters 1000s. He's the world number 1. The top seed, and he's 10th on the basis of this year's results alone. Rafael Nadal is 35 years old. He'll be 36 on Friday, men's semi-finals day. From Manacor, in the Balearic Islands, 185 or 6'1". His record here, played 112, won 109, lost 3.
2017, 2018, 2019.
And Marc Marie is just running through all the years he's won the title here. 13 titles. But 2 of those 3 defeats that he suffered here have been against Djokovic in 2015 and 2021. He has 21 Grand Slam titles, 91 titles in total, of which 36 are Masters 1000. He also has an Olympic gold in both singles and doubles. He's played a limited clay court schedule this year because of the rear injury he suffered after Indian Wells. He was a quarter-finalist in Madrid, where he lost to Carlos Alcaraz. He was the 3rd round in Rome, where he lost to Denis Shapovalov, where his long-term foot problem flared up.
Il mesure 1m88, professionnel depuis 2003, classé aujourd'hui à la première place mondiale. Classement qu'il a atteint pour la première fois en juillet 2011. Il y est resté 371 semaines. C'est un record.
And that's team Djokovic, Goran Ivanisevic and Ulysses Badio. Badio is the fitness trainer who's done such a brilliant job with Djokovic, in particular at the Australian Open last year when Djokovic had that injury in the 3rd round, an abdominal strain when he was playing Taylor Fritz. He managed to win the tournament.
I think his choices, his selections of people that have surrounded him in his career, especially looking up to that physical side, the fitness side, have been incredible choices.
Yeah.
I have to say that most of the coaches as well were pretty decent, including my little 7-8 week stint that I was there with him. But I throughout his whole career, I think
fitness is something that he was vulnerable with early on in his career. But boy, he is a stallion right now.
Yeah. Well, I think the big thing was in 2010, he got his diet sorted out. because he was retiring hurt from an awful lot of matches just because his body was rebelling. That is the head-to-head, 30-28. But their last match was the semi-final last year. Nadal winning the first set, but it took him an hour. And then after that third set went to the tie-break. Djokovic really did roll through the fourth set.
There's so many numbers and that we could, you know, bring out that would favour one over the other. Maybe this one is, for me, plays a bit of importance, Chris, that the time spent on court. Djokovic has been ruthless in all of his matches.
Straight sets all the way through.
When you beat Diego Schwartzman as convincing as he did in 3 straight sets, Schwartzman's no Rafa Nadal, but boy, he is one heck of a clay courter. The fact that Rafa played that 4-hour, 20-minute match, my big question is, how does a 35-year-old bounce back?
35, 3 days short of his 36th birthday, yeah. All but 9 of their 58 matches have been in the semi-finals or final of the tournament they played in. Of the other 9, 5 have been quarterfinals and 4 round robins at the ATP finals. So this is only the 10th match they've played that's not been a semi or a final.
And those round robin matches at the ATP finals, Djokovic
has generally got the better of him.
Rafa's record, that's the one tournament that he hasn't really featured in.
He hasn't won, no. This is the one we were waiting for, and the moment has now arrived. 2 minutes past 9 on day 10 of Roland-Garros 2022. Djokovic won the toss and chose to serve. And he will get this match underway, and the atmosphere is electric. It's very interesting. Couple of very, very high balls and the first point of the match.
Off pace, asking the question of Rafa to generate.
Don't want to read too much into the first point of a match, although last night's match was quite interesting. The first point clearly rankled Medvedev. I wonder whether that's an indication of how Djokovic will play this match.
There's the response on the second point for you, Chris.
Yes, but he varied the pace. There was one chopped forehand he threw in, which looked like it was going long, and Nadal looked at it.
Waited for a long time, trying to look for that mark, wasn't he?
He looked for the mark after he hit his shot.
Yeah.
Which is most unlike Nadal.
Serving incredibly well this tournament. He's only lost his serve 3 times in the 4 matches, Djokovic. Strong win rate behind the first serve over the 4 matches as well. Sits at 77%.
He went to a tiebreak in the third set against Alex Molcan, but apart from that, it's been 6-3 or better.
Premier service.
It's the forehand of both players that has been doing plenty of damage, finding the open court numerous times. Rafa actually has the edge as far as forehand winners throughout the tournament thus far. He's hit 62 of them compared to 21 off the backhand.
Well, there's the serve out wide that he used a lot last year, along with the short-angled forehand, driving Nadal wide to his two-hander.
Maybe we should take note, Chris, of the direction that Rafa actually plays that backhand when he is pushed out extremely wide, almost at end range.
Nadal 4 meters behind his baseline. Sort of cat and mouse, isn't it?
Yeah.
6 points played, 3 each. Fault called by the umpire, Damien Dumoussois. Djokovic not objecting. Great anticipation by Nadal.
Well, he mopped up the disastrous backhand drop shot that was awfully high for him. But as you said, Chris, the anticipation. Absorbing Djokovic's backhand cross court.
Break point in the opening game of the match. Oh, that would have brought the house down if he'd made that.
And it's the general direction of the drop shot. Djokovic's backhand usually around that side of the court. Moved in nicely just to cover the response of Rafa and saves the break point. He has done that exceptionally well this tournament, saving a number of break points successfully.
Nadal.
Carlos Moya. Took over seamlessly from Tony Nadal as Rafa's coach. Second break point. What I remember about last year's match, Mark, was the first set, Nadal opened up a 5-love lead, but Djokovic never looked worried. And in fact, even when Nadal took the first set 6-3, it had taken an hour. And it was as if Djokovic was saying to himself, do you know, I'm fitter than this guy. And I wonder whether he's quite happy to play the long game early on.
Avantage, Nadal.
Break point number 3. Missed a first serve on all 3 break points. Nadal breaks in the opening game.
Premier jeu.
Well, safe to say, for the moment, the body is strong.
Of Nadal.
Of Nadal.
Yeah.
No lingering effects that
were
4
hours,
noticeable.
20 minutes against Auger-Aliassime.
Maybe if this match goes for a lengthy affair, then we might revisit it. But I think he's answered it very clearly. We should never doubt Rafa on clay, but
what we don't know is how much pain he's playing through, because you know he had that foot problem for much of the second half of last year. Seemed to be banished in Australia, but then it came back, and he was clearly in pain in Rome.
Yeah, those weeks on hard courts, the pounding, that aggravated the issue for him once he got onto clay.
Au service, Rafael Nadal.
There's been no shot clock on this since they came out of the change of ends. Nadal, 1-love with the break. Another moon ball from Djokovic.
0-15. Merci.
Such a big match. They want to hit themselves on telly. Hopefully they will calm down a little bit as this match gets into its groove.
Still 50-50 though with those supporters. That sounds like that.
Gaza.
Sharing around.
I think more people are supporting Nadal. Be interesting to hear what the roar is when Djokovic wins a really big point.
Yeah.
cheer when he missed that shot to concede the break was pretty pronounced.
Trente 15.
189 kilometres. He's improved that serve so much over the years.
He has it. He's tweaked it through those years. The pace is healthy. This tournament, though, he hasn't been striking a lot of aces. Only 7. Throwing in 7 double faults as well. That was close. Not renowned for striking a lot of aces. It's the percentages that where Rafa is strong.
The errors Djokovic has drawn at the moment have been on the forehand of Nadal. Haven't seen much of him playing that short-angled forehand cross-court, which he used so well last year.
Yeah, had a good percentage of the short forehand cross-court. Forces Rafa into a very quick decision whether he should use the two-hander or the one-handed slice. The one-handed slice, not as healthy. Doesn't hit it firmly when he's short in the court.
He's made it.
40-30.
Djokovic thought that was going out.
And that was the shorter forehand, but the direction, he didn't get it cross-court. There wasn't much of an angle.
Point for 2-love.
Nadal.
And Rafa's movement.
Nadal mène 2 jeux.
Sliding into the shot, enabling him to hit the two-hander.
Now the chance of Novak.
Merci.
Djokovic at love 2.
Let. Premier service. Halt 0. 40-0.
Well, the change ends. They'll have their first sit-down of the match after 18 minutes, and that included a love game. Tells you
Nadal mène 2 jeux 1.
how intense this is. Nadal with the break, leading 2-1, first set. Yeah, I guess it's the time between points, isn't it? There's a lot of long rallies, time between points, because only one of those games went to deuce.
Yeah, some healthy, lengthy rallies, and as you say, just some space, some time to recover in between as well. Plenty of tension down on court level. Court looks pretty dry for me, Chris, compared to other night sessions. I've done predominantly night matches here, and it was cold earlier today. The sun was out, but it's looking rather dry.
It'll help Nadal, won't it?
Would think so. Maybe we can head into that topic when we come back from the break.
Reprise.
You were saying, Mark, that you feel that the court is quite dry.
Yeah, and one would expect that the court helps Rafa to the extent that he can get the bite. He's the one that, off the court, he's the one that hits with more RPMs off of forehand and backhand. And of course, these two have been jockeying over the last few days with what their preference is. Rafa been saying he wants to play during the day. Djokovic has been the other end of the spectrum, actually quite content with the evening. Do you think this might be the battle between the #1 ranked player in the world getting his way, as opposed to Rafa being #5 now?
Interesting. Nadal at 2-1. Djokovic did everything he wanted to then. Nadal slicing that wide forehand.
15-0.
I suspect that everyone was geared up for this to be the afternoon match. Zverev was saying, I expect to play the evening match after his win in the previous round. Because we know Nadal wanted to play in the afternoon, and Djokovic said he was quite happy to. But don't forget, this is a match that we knew what time it would start. The economics of tennis suggest this is the big match. This may be bigger than the final. I hope not, because the final's just a great culmination, but...
And how's that for defense? Combination of absorbing the ball, movement as well. Djokovic finally, after 3 or 4 responses, able to find a penetrating backhand.
So just to finish my point, I think this is the night match because this is, it's the economics of...
You think the FFT feel that this is...
Yes.
Of course, we don't want to say that the players, it's only up to the players what they...
No, they say to preference, but
yeah.
This is the match.
And of course, the FFT, remind everyone that that's the French Tennis Federation.
Yeah. They own the tournament. they run it.
And that's why they have set up 2 sessions for a 10-day period of the tournament, is to maximize the income, to market these prime matches.
And they don't come much bigger than this one. Forehand.
15-40. Merci.
2 points for Djokovic to get the break back. In theory, Nadal's out of time, but the umpire has given him a little longer because the crowd were chanting.
Count.
Still break back point. He's up for this, as if we'd expect anything else.
Yeah, there's the forehand. Has enough ziz on the ball, heavy rotation. Again, we've spoken so highly of Rafa's awareness, choosing the right time to come forward. Quite often the volley is just a bunt into the open court. But he had such a strong position anyway, that the overhead.
Nadal's down to 3 seconds. It's now to 0. Djokovic sort of just threw in a nothing ball on the fourth stroke of that rally. It's a good return of serve. And he's late seeing this one.
Nearly pulling the high backhand volley off. Didn't miss by much, maybe a foot just wide.
3 points on the run for Nadal. From 15-40 to advantage. Too many options. He changed his mind, I suspect at least twice.
Égalité.
It ended up being a rather, well, two-minded decision for Rafa. You can see how high that racket is on the take-back, so maybe wanting to really come underneath with a lot of slice. Might have been the preferred option to try and sneak it cross-court in front of Djokovic. Back to Juice again.
Remember in the 2020 final here when Nadal absolutely destroyed Djokovic. Djokovic was overusing the drop shot.
Mm-hmm. that forehand, doing the damage. So close.
Nadal.
It's well positioned. That's a heavily struck ball, and then this forehand, so close to the baseline.
So much topspin on it.
It's hitting 3,300 RPMs off that forehand at the moment, Rafa, compared to Novak's 2,500 RPM off the forehand wing.
It's quite a lot for Djokovic, actually, given how much flatter he hits.
And off the backhand, Djokovic is 1,600 RPMs compared to Rafa's 2,500.
Yeah.
So he has the edge off on both sides, doesn't he, Rafa? Not unusual.
Nadal.
Well, Djokovic will feel that one got away. I have to say, Mark, so far, I feel Nadal's playing pretty close to his best. Djokovic is nowhere near his. That's the good news for Djokovic, because there's scope for improvement.
Right. However, the matches that he's played so far, he has been dominant early on. He's got out of the gates. He's really stamped out any belief of his opponents early on in the match.
Djokovic, 1-3. Half an hour played. 4 games and 1 point. Are you looking worried? It's too early, really, isn't it?
Not sure that I see Goran really looking relaxed. Not sure what a relaxed
good point.
person I mean, so this is going to be a test right now. A break. He's had a taste of leveling in this match, Djokovic. Didn't capture the break back in the previous game, and now pushed, prodded in this particular game. Rafa is hitting with authority.
Oh, that's beautiful. Djokovic's best point of the match so far.
And it's amazing what we all hear and see in these matches. Some of your thoughts, or it might be just a slightly different, but I never heard the grunts from either player in the last 3 or 4 strikes that they both made. They were grunting early on in that rally, but then it evaporated.
Interesting observation, yeah. How much do they need it?
Good question, right?
Question for all the academy directors, tennis academies.
Just a little shake of the head. The return, whilst it had plenty of action on it, it was down rather passively up the middle of the court, and Djokovic not balanced on the forehand.
This for a double break. Nadal is firing. 2 breaks of serve. And a 4-1 lead after 35 minutes of the opening set.
Nadal mène 4-2.
Djokovic's first serve percentage, 10 out of 22, 45%. It's got to be higher than that, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Especially when he's going a lot to the forehand of Nadal, which is the stronger wing.
Well, again, the form is the previous matches, and it would suggest that Djokovic's serve has been operating well. He's hit a bundle of aces. He's landed over 70% of first serves into play, and that win rate on average at 77%. So maybe the occasion against Rafa, quarterfinals, big match, just not landing those serves.
Has he played enough matches? I mean, this is only his 6th tournament of the year.
Well, we'll find out. Winning form, latest form heading into this tournament suggests that he's good.
Gustavo Kuerten, champion here, 1997, 2000, 2001.
Merci.
Nadal 4-1, first set.
15-0.
Djokovic is not there at the moment. Surprising number of errors.
Well, and you did ask me that question when we were on the change of ends about the lack of tournament play. He's won match. He won Rome. So he's got some volume of matches and quality matches, but maybe that's showing up at the moment against a match-hardened Nadal. That's Rafa's first love game that he has held.
Most of them were errors. But
From Novak.
Four errors from Djokovic. Djokovic 1-5, first set. That's nice.
He's able to lean on the backhand up the line, and
he may have to come in a bit more.
Yeah, these two do that so well. In particular, when they see an opponent at end range playing defensively, they're able to quickly move forward and strike the volley. Sitting up for Rafa's forehand.
Yeah, you know the moment it hits the net from Djokovic, it's pretty much dead unless it dribbles over. Because Nadal has the time to see which way Djokovic commits himself.
That's exquisite. So coming in again, Chris, you were just saying it might have to look at that more closely. Coming in and just being able to diffuse that half volley. Not under any stress with the forehand. Didn't go for a small target, plenty of margins.
A love game, game to 15 for Djokovic. And just a little bit of signs of him being willing to come forward more. But Nadal still with a double break. 5-2, first set. Do wonder whether that was just a 5-1 game where he thought, okay, I'll try a couple of things. And yet earlier in the set, he drew the sliced backhand from Nadal to Djokovic and was not in behind it and lost the advantage.
Right. Yeah, at the same time, for Rafa just going along quite smoothly. It might have been just a game double break already. Just after the first couple of points not going his way, just allow it to maybe slide by. That's just a small rest period for Rafa. He will be back up and ready, no doubt. Just trying to serve out for the first set.
Not sure how much serving and returning matters. I suspect both players are going to have a chance on both.
Reprise.
We have a wave going round, clockwise. Feels a little half-hearted at the moment, but there's more people in the upper tiers taking part.
You know,
Merci, mesdames, messieurs,
we've done
les
plenty of
joueurs
these
sont
matches over the years. One thing I've not noticed as much this year is the flags. That the fans, not sure whether they've tried to limit that this year.
Oh, interesting observation. Nadal with the new balls, serving for the first set, 5-2. It was a harder volley than it looked. Djokovic managed to get that ball to dip on the backhand.
0-15.
On how well he does that. Out the slide. Djokovic, the backhand, open stance. Just a swivel from the upper part of his torso. And it's really the vogue play, isn't it, Chris, these days in men's tennis? The emphasis on the serve and +1. The +1 is the forehand. Nadal with the edge, the forehand winners already. Djokovic responding with his own big forehand.
Merci.
The speed of that forehand winner was 154 kilometers.
Yeah.
Which is quick by ground stroke standards.
There we saw in the first point, might have been of this game, Djokovic was able to get a lot of rotation and get the ball below the level of the net, and maybe a bit firmer shot as well on that occasion. Rafa, more time to set up, ends up winning the point. Forehand volley.
2 points from the set. Because Nadal's hitting his forehand so well, Djokovic, when he goes to the forehand, knows he's got to get a decent angle. He's overdone that a couple of times, the backhand cross court.
And we're closing in on 10 p.m. here, and the court is still playing lively, in my opinion. Looks still very dry.
Nadal with set point.
Première manche, Nadal.
And you heard the cry of "see" from Nadal.
It's a clean set, isn't it, tennis?
It's a very clean set from Nadal. 6 games to 2, double break, 49 minutes. Djokovic been made to wait. Nadal goes out and cleans the line with his foot. It's just been swept. As part of Nadal's mindset on the tennis court. Djokovic cleaning the Nadal baseline. Well, I might argue it was already clean.
So we haven't seen the warrior yet of Djokovic.
Not yet.
Very early on in the first round against Nishioka, the roars arrived after a couple of games. Saw some feistiness in the match with Molcan. I didn't call the one with Bedene, but Schwartzman, he had to quieten down the crowd as well.
Yes. I mean, he hasn't broken serve yet. And I suspect we might see some of the feistiness when he manages to break serve. Assuming he does. At the moment, he's not playing well. Oh, that went very close.
It's a wobbly return. Swiftly in to catch it before it became a very difficult shot.
Alter.
So even allowing for Nadal's phenomenal defending, once Djokovic has that short angled forehand cross court, where Nadal is really having to reach for it, Djokovic should not be threatened. Instead of which, he makes another unforced error, and here is breakpoint Nadal.
Count.
Just long.
Yeah, took a decent serve to draw the error.
It was 189 kilometres the first serve. Of course, Djokovic can lift it into above 200 range at times. It does have a heavy reliance upon tucking it into the corners. And there was one of them, Chris, that was a very good serve. And he just wasn't able to do enough with that first forehand. Up the middle of the court and open the door for Rafa.
Well, he had to go right to the limit there, Djokovic.
Well, what's helping him survive these 2 break points so far in this game is landing a first serve. Good quality first serves, which he didn't do in the first set on the break points. He missed his first serve. They were all long. Still not out of trouble. You could hear Djokovic, the effort when he was defending the ball. And in he comes, and that's a very good volley, Chris. That high backhand volley to find the angle.
Nadal's playing so well at the moment. Break point number 3 in this game. Now second serve for Nadal.
Court positioning.
Well, I was thinking Nadal might have come in on that one. Maybe it's good that he didn't. He might have got past. But he's certainly playing further up the court. You see, a miss hit from Nadal drops quarter of the length of the court. Surely, Mark, Djokovic needs to be seizing on that. If it was the other way, I mean, Nadal is absolutely punishing anything that drops short. Yeah. And what's interesting about this, one guy is punishing the short balls, the other one isn't.
Novak is, at the moment, waiting for it to come into his slot instead of using 2 or 3 shorter steps to get to the ball.
Rare error from Nadal.
And there was Rafa, though, still trying to be offensive. Take that ball on. Use the backhand cross court.
Standing close to the baseline as well.
Yeah, just didn't quite time it. But there was still the purpose, the intent. Exquisite. And the length of shot there, telling in that rally. Rafa getting a good percentage of his rally ball deep into the court. Djokovic was landing just over the service box.
It's brilliant. Break point number 5. How long can Djokovic keep resisting? I took a big backhand down the line.
Gee, this is such a battle in this first game. Clearly, Rafa hoping to pick up just an early service break. There's still a lot of tennis, but it may lay the groundwork for victory.
Oh, that's great. The return of serve was right on the line.
Avantage, Nadal.
Yeah, look at that. And we've seen that forehand plenty over the years. 13 times that he's won this tournament.
Nadal does play the lob against Djokovic because he knows that Djokovic can be a little vulnerable.
Oh, is that... Are we hearing something from Novak? Is the giant waking up?
He saved 6 break points in this game. This would be a good way to tell Nadal, I'm here,
Yep.
I've arrived.
Engage.
Nadal.
And the length again of Rafa on the backhand, followed up with the forehand. As well as what he's playing, though, juice points in this game. Djokovic, you've got to give him credit that he's defended so well on the break point down.
7th break point. That's gone. The moment Djokovic drops the ball short, Nadal's onto it. Nadal is seizing on everything. I mean, this is almost the opposite Nadal to the semi-final last year.
Yep, but does that go with how lively this court is at the moment as well? He's getting something, he's getting benefit off the court.
Do you think that will change as the evening gets a little bit more moist?
I would suspect so. You have to think of the match with FAA. The court was heavy. There were some periods of the day that it was lively. The sun came down and onto the court, but they were heavy conditions. At the moment, I still see him enjoying the lively conditions.
Well, the sky is clear. It's obviously virtually dark now, but there are no clouds up there. And I remind us again of that final in October 2020, when all the conditions seemed to be right for Djokovic, and he won 7 games. Nadal, 1-love, second set. Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, this was all Djokovic. Forehand, he chose the corner, as did Rafa.
He's unstoppable at the moment. We focus a lot of our observations on the fact that Djokovic seems a little passive. He's not making the most of any short balls he gets, but Nadal is irresistible. The question is, can he sustain it?
S'il vous plaît, les deux joueurs sont prêts, merci.
And that's coming off of the racket, someone who's up
40-0.
against the #1 player in the world. 6-2, 1-love, things are going well. I'll just half volley that forehand into the open court.
Nadal.
It is an unbelievable display by Nadal so far. As we prepared for this match, it was so easy to think back to the semi-final last year when Djokovic may have lost the first set, but he gradually started eroding Nadal's confidence. This is far more reminiscent of the final in 2020. Djokovic a set and love 2 down.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my notes back at that last year's matchup.
Semi-final.
Yep. Djokovic actually broke serve early in the second set to right the ship, start righting the ship, I should say.
So I just think he's having a bad day. Whether that's induced by the fact that Nadal has come out all guns blazing, I don't know. But Djokovic, I mean, that's kind of backhand you would not normally expect him to miss. Anything remotely short is being punished. Mark, how much is that kind of error a result of Djokovic just having a bad day? And how much is it induced by Nadal's energetic approach to this match?
No, I hear what you're alluding to, but not off that shot. That, I mean, yes, it was a handy backhand slice, but it shouldn't extract the error like it did.
Break point again for Nadal. For a double break.
Goodness.
That drop shot is not working for Djokovic. Nadal is running everything down. And he has a double break. A set and 3-love.
Nadal mène 3-0.
But I mean, Djokovic is, you know, he's played very well. He's world number one. He took Nadal apart in the second, third and fourth sets last year. He looks out of his depth here.
Yeah.
To what extent is that Nadal and to what extent is that Djokovic having a bad day?
Yeah, I think it's more having a bad day. And, you know, and I think we need to be careful about what happened last year because it's relevant of what has happened more recently. And that's where Djokovic has been able to find that form. He's lost a couple of matches, lost a couple of tournaments early, but he found that form in Rome. And the form that he's shown even in the first 3 rounds were strong. First 4 rounds, very, very strong. This is a level of a player that hasn't had a lot of tennis this season, I think.
Well, there have been matches where Nadal has got off to a great start. One thinks of the semi-final here in 2013, when Nadal won the first set easily, got a break early in the second. Djokovic came back and actually led 4-1 with a double break in the fifth, before Nadal won it 9-7. A couple of the finals, Nadal won the first set, Djokovic came back to take the second, but I don't recall any of those being with a double break.
Yeah. That last break could be impactful for the match, yeah. The second break of serve. This is key, obviously, for Rafa to consolidate, but it's just as important for Novak to start making a surge.
Nadal, 3-love. Second set. Was that an unforced error I saw? Surely not.
Oh, he makes it.
Well, according to the statistics, that was the 9th unforced error from Nadal in this match. Can't think I can remember 9. Well, Djokovic at least read that one. So did Nadal. Nadal looking up at the shot clock. He's got 3 seconds. The umpire would have been within his rights to give him a time violation then. I think he just chose to play within the limit. There's no time, there's no shot clock on the second serve.
Amazingly, only 2 points has Rafa lost behind that second serve tonight. Not just this set, but tonight.
Djokovic convinced that's out. Yeah, it's given out. It's got into a couple of rallies in this game.
Novak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just wonder whether what you were talking about, just coming up to 10:30, are the conditions getting a little heavier? Or has Nadal just gone slightly off the boil? A couple of forehands have gone into the tram lines. Break back point to get one of the breaks back from Djokovic.
Let, premier service.
Only the third break point Djokovic has had in the entire match. Interesting. First break for Djokovic and the first drop shot from Nadal that hasn't worked.
And that potentially change the future of this set.
There's a wry smile on Djokovic's face. May just be because he was completely done by that drop shot. He slipped.
He wasn't going to make it.
Merci.
Djokovic 1-3.
S'il vous plaît, les deux joueurs sont prêts. Merci.
He might have to play that volley.
It's
a very good approach. He doesn't trust himself to punch it. He had to feather that. I suspect that smile was an in-joke with his team.
32-0.
Level pegging as far as aces, just 2 apiece. Again, that was one of the stronger areas to Djokovic in the tournament thus far. 31 aces in total. So used to seeing him make that forehand, just lost his technique or balance.
Yeah, didn't seem to commit to it.
Yeah.
There's a lack of intensity about Djokovic tonight, thus far. Watch Nadal after he plays this, because he's expecting the drop shot from Djokovic down the line, not cross court. 40-15, this for 2-3. Oh, it's beautifully played. Djokovic holds behind the break. He's still a breakdown, but we have a match on our hands now. This is starting to catch light. Nadal is set up in 3-2 in the second.
Nadal mène 3-2.
Has the giant awakened, Mark?
Yeah, that was one of the better games by the #1 seed. And yeah, that key game was Rafa's serve. attempting to go up 4 games to love.
The umpire's having a long chat.
To see it. Let's it was a long ball. Slow ball. I know, but I mean, thanks for checking.
They're talking about seeing marks. If it gets Djokovic's juices flowing, maybe it'll help him. Maybe he picks the argument for that reason. Who knows?
Reprise.
So a little bit of pressure on this Nadal service game. Now he's now walking back to his chair.
You need to put eye drops or what?
He's got something in his eye.
You just take it off. You just take it off. It's here. It's here. Yeah. You see?
Yeah.
Better?
Okay, now I think it's better.
Well, Nadal has been seeing everything superbly. The only thing that's been in his eye is his pupil. Whatever foreign being flew into it appears to have gone now. Nadal with the break, at least with 1 at 3-2. The red of the Djokovic shirt seems to be burning a little bit more brightly.
A bit more sting on that forehand down the line. And momentum swing. Last 10 points, 8 of them to Djokovic.
Mark, there isn't the penetration on Nadal's shots that there was in the first set and a bit.
Well, we were getting through some information that remarkably his shots were down off the forehand backhand, Rafa, compared to the other matches, yet he still had stolen that 6-2 3-love lead. If it was Djokovic that had lost the revs on his rally ball, could understand it given the scoreline.
Oh, he's made it. Djokovic was expecting the cross court.
It's curved the ball.
That's an awful lot of right hand in that. To get that curve in. It's so easy to get that shot to curve away.
Still some key points ahead for Rafa.
15-30. Well, there was the short forehand angle.
Lands in the service box.
That one.
Yep. Rafa has to, well, elects to go with a backhand slice. Of course, then the pace of shot lowers, providing ample time for Novak
2 points to get back on level terms.
S'il vous plaît.
One break point saved. Still another one to come.
Dusting the centre line.
195 kilometers an hour. Pretty much his fastest.
Yeah.
I don't see him serving much quicker than that. Oh, it was the best point of the match. That was brilliant from both. Nadal's been defending brilliantly up to now, but that was Djokovic at his best, and he couldn't get through.
Novak unhappy with something to the opposite side where he's walking from now after losing that point. There's a reaction of Rafa. Level of importance in this game. Hear the crowd.
Chanting Rafa, Rafa.
S'il vous plaît, mesdames, messieurs, par respect pour les deux joueurs, je vous demanderai d'être silencieux pendant le point, juste avant le service et entre le premier et le deuxième service. Merci beaucoup.
Have a look at Djokovic's pressure points.
Damien Dumassois just making the point there that please can people keep quiet in the approach to the serve and between the first and second serves. Whether that will get through, I'm not sure, but he's making that point. Nadal having been 15-40 with a point for 4-2, and this would be massive for him. Djokovic is hitting with more confidence.
Yeah, the sound off the face of the racket coming through courtside microphones. There is a crispness, in particular that last rally. Gee, they've had some lengthy games, haven't they? This one now, 7-15, ticking on more.
Avantage. Nadal.
There's a long gap between first and second serve for Nadal. I mean, there's no shot clock on that. The umpire could intervene if he felt it was unreasonable, but...
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
I don't think I've seen that.
No. Maybe chatting to them on the change of ends.
Soft
just
warning.
Yeah.
Premier service.
Having had the let serve, there is no shot clock now. He can take as long as he wants, within reason. Taking those quality of winners, because Nadal's defense tonight is so good. He's making very few errors.
That forehand is starting to come around favorably. Fourth in this set.
Now Nadal has knocked the ball, has dropped the ball, and the shot clock has stopped. Oh, that's unbelievable.
Well, I was uncomfortable after he played the forehand drop shot. Chris, I don't know about you, but then when he had the forehand passing shot, I steadied.
Well, in a way, Djokovic did nothing wrong there. That's a good answer to the drop shot.
Yeah, trying to. He was pushed.
And he'd be behind most players.
Yep, he pushed him back behind the baseline, but
the strength of that Nadal wrist. His first double fault of the night.
Again.
And really, the longer this game goes on, that just the level of importance of it keeps rising.
There's a lot at stake here. Nadal has opened up a very, very impressive lead.
Time division 1, Mr. Nadal.
And he's got a time violation.
Fair.
That's absolutely fair.
Yeah.
Absolutely fair.
Been pushing that.
And he has not batted an eyelid.
And responds.
Avantage.
But historically, we know, Chris, right, that when Rafa is under pressure on serve, that's when he does push the time limit even more. You know, that a lot of fans are watching on TV don't necessarily like us talking about it, but He does push that boundary.
Well, tennis is supposed to be continuous, and the whole point about the shot clock is to make sure that players don't take unreasonable liberties. We saw last night with Medvedev and Cilic really getting on with it. So they had a decent match in an hour and 3/4 because they didn't waste time between points. It's a service to the people who pay to watch. Great hitting.
So it goes. And I have to say that just watching these two now, when they both at the end of the point, Novak, he's taking some rest, but he looks fresh. Look at that. Not much sweat at all. Rafa, he's dripping.
Yeah, he often does.
Merci.
You know, he's one who does sweat a lot, but yes, I do wonder whether Nadal got off to that explosive start, and it's almost a little bit like a sprinter who knows, I need to maximize the start to stay ahead, and this is where his lead is threatened.
Yeah,
it's a third break point for Djokovic.
Almost 15 minutes in length of this service game.
Djokovic was 15-40 in this game. This is his third break point.
Égalité.
A couple of times the backhand's broken down.
So intriguing right now.
Avantage, Djokovic.
Do you think it's the match is potentially tipping here?
Yes, yeah, very much so.
But if Nadal could hold serve here, he might prevent it tipping. Once again, the drop shot does not work for Djokovic. He's persisting with it.
Neither's. Rafa's was very shady, and the response wasn't precise.
He had time to really push that down the forehand wing. Yeah, implication is he's not thinking. Serving and volleying, Nadal. Missed it.
Bounce from Djokovic's shot
Djokovic.
not favourable for Rafa. It aided the ball going wide, giving the point to Novak. Another break opportunity.
Spanish flag. Not wearing the Spanish yellow with his green shorts.
Merci.
The red and yellow on his racket frame. That's very much in honour of the Spanish flag. Djokovic breaks back. So 2 breaks each in the 6 games in the second set.
Trois jeux partout.
For me, Chris, it's now the belief. I'm not sure if Djokovic thought, well, I'm out of this match completely, but this has just ignited that confidence and that maybe that belief now can take control, start taking control.
Still only 3-all, and he's not been massively rock solid on his serve. That was the Djokovic from last year's semi-final.
15-0.
Recognition after the forehand down the line. He's expecting that shorter reply. Rafa, when he runs onto the forehand, generally goes cross-court.
Zero.
And the roar from the #1 seed.
Serbian flags out as well. Not that many of them.
Clearly, if you can win with the drop shot against the movement, agility of Djokovic, that's usually the sign of a well-played, well-placed drop shot.
See, I don't know why he's persisting with this. They haven't served him particularly well. He's just been beaten by a drop shot. I mean, is that the stubbornness of the champion?
And looked like Goran just saying to him, you know,
don't.
Yeah. What the hell are you doing playing that one at that time?
Yes. So 30 love, suddenly 30 all. There's the roar from Djokovic. You were wanting the warrior, Mark.
Yeah. Probably the only player when his back is up against the wall is able to find that extra gear.
The voice of Mark Woodford, 17 times a Grand Slam champion, 12 men's doubles, 5 mixed doubles. gold medalist in doubles, and also an assistant coach to Djokovic for a short period in 2008, 2009.
I can't remember the exact years, but yes.
He brought you in to help him transition from the back of the court to the net.
Try to get more comfort transitioning from the baseline to the net.
Good heavens. And this makes that drop shot at 30-15 look particularly irresponsible.
Yeah, it does. And all of this work as well could be erased.
Cheers for Rafa. The Nadal supporters are in the majority in this crowd, but it is wonderful to see the Philippe Chatrier full under the lights. Two of the all-time greats. This is what they built this stadium for. That was not an easy shot to put away.
No, you have to sight the ball, watch it wobble into play, but you also have got to get yourself around with enough space. And of course, pick the direction.
Well, he went down the middle then, trusting that Nadal would commit himself to one side or the other. That's what Djokovic does so well. Starting with the serve out wide.
Hopefully we'll get to see this backhand again. Yeah, look at those couple of quick steps, Chris. Gets up to the flight of the ball, so he makes contact just above his waist. But he doesn't redline the approach shot. Consider that an approach shot.
Yes. Point for 4-3. And what would be a fourth successive game for Djokovic.
Not surprising, this buggy whip of a forehand. Sets it up. The pace of shot by Novak just isn't there. And of course, Novak, I should say Rafa, takes the opportunity to pounce on a forehand.
Serve out wide to the backhand. A rare serve and volley from Djokovic. And he did the safe minimum on the backhand volley.
Yeah, it's of course a left-hander. When you're standing there, I mean, I never stood that far back to return serve, but you know, any time that you have to drop the two-hander, play a one-handed backhand, it's on for all money for the server to come in and just safely put the volley into the open court.
Well, that was the tactic that Arthur Ashe used in the 1975 Wimbledon final. It was one of the all-time great displays because Connors was playing outstanding tennis and Ashe changed his game completely and gave him junk, but in particular, the slider serve out wide in the deuce court.
Deuce court, yep.
And the amount of times he opened, in fact, he won it on match point with that slider serve and a comfortable volley into an undefended court. Oh, that was a chance for Nadal, and he knows it.
Avantage.
Yeah,
Djokovic.
and this is playing the odds against someone that you've faced 50 plus times in your career. A short forehand like that, you try to cover, anticipate. I think he almost got there too early, Chris, and then crowded himself for the forehand.
This is their 59th meeting.
You should know a little bit about each other, shouldn't you?
Do you reckon? And finally, Djokovic gets a handful of short returns. That's 4 games on the run. He clenches his fist. And listen to that roar. He's in this. 4-3 Djokovic, second set. It's just under half an hour since the last change of ends.
What?
Yes.
You're kidding me.
No. Those 2 service games.
Well, and as I guess we did tee it up, that we thought they would be games that would give us some direction, a better idea. And gee, Djokovic, the way he roared on the change of ends, Chris, and right in front of Rafa.
Only one time. I did it in 2 hours. I did it once. So what? So what? Yeah, I understand where the people around, but what they're allowed to provoke.
Okay, that's my pass the message. Please don't shout to people.
Well, discussion between Damien Dumissois and Djokovic. I think the umpire is telling Djokovic, if people are waiting, don't push them. Four games on the run for Djokovic.
Now, there's the reaction, and
Yes.
Rafa was coming around.
So he will have got that.
Yeah, he got the brunt of it. It wasn't towards Rafa. Well, it was.
And it was basically saying, I'm in this.
Yeah.
And there's also a discussion between the umpire and Djokovic. I think Djokovic has been getting irritated with the amount of time between points. And I think the umpire just telling Djokovic to keep a lid on it. Well, I emphasise the 4 games that Djokovic has won on the run. When they played one of their finals here, one of the early ones, it was either 2012 or 2014, Nadal took a 2-sets-to-love lead. And Djokovic then won 8 games on the run to lead 2-love in the 4th. Then rain stopped play for the night. They came back the next day, and Nadal won in 4. Nadal at 3-4. See, there's a fluency about Djokovic's strokes now that I remember from last year that we didn't see for the first set and a bit.
Yeah, they're settling into the match.
And I just wonder, the longer the match goes on with these long rallies, Nadal coming off a 4-hour, 20-minute match, we're seeing more errors off the Nadal racket that we just weren't seeing in the first
We sure are.
12 games.
Well, we mentioned at 3-love how important that game would be to go up 4-love, lay the groundwork to go up 2 sets to love. That almost guarantees it. He said again at 3-2 how important it was for Rafa to hold on. And now at 3-4 down, this is super important for his survival.
There's the forehand, the short angled cross court. As last year's match wore on, he used that more and more.
15-30.
many times have you seen Rafa miss an overhead over the years?
Very rare.
Very, very rare. Look at this lob.
Honda.
For the all. Oh, it's unbelievable. Are these two supreme athletes or what? And it's only a couple of years ago that we were saying, yeah, by mid-30s, sort of past your best. One guy will be 36 on Friday, the other one's just turned 35.
40-30.
And boy, they're like two fencers just stabbing at each other right now, trying to create momentum. Getting some action again.
Look at this defense though from Nadal. I mean, that's a fantastic forehand. Okay, so Djokovic puts it away, but
yeah, he reads, and this is I think about playing Rafa so many times. On that particular point, Rafa will predominantly chase it down and go cross court. Djokovic waiting for it, putting the backhand away.
Mark, the grunting's getting louder. They'll be auditioning for the role of town crier shortly.
Just getting some information from Hawkeye in this set. On the forehand and backhand, Djokovic is starting to lift the sting behind it. He's up 5 kilometers compared to the first set, and Rafa's speed off of both wings down 6 kilometers in this set.
Nadal. Changement de balle ramasseur, s'il vous plaît. Quatre jeux partout.
A couple of break points Rafa had to survive there.
No. Weren't any break points in that game?
None?
No.
Tense game still.
Yes, absolutely. Djokovic with the new balls. 4 games all, second set. 8 games of the second set completed. 2 hours, 5 minutes.
Zero.
Oh, that was a nothing shot.
Chris, that serve of Novak starting to brighten as well. If you remember, his first serve percentage in the first set was below 50%. It's now taking shape, currently sitting at 75% of first serves into play.
Starting to hit more of those short balls cross-court. Eventually, Rafa will become wise to them.
They have to be clean, though, when you're going out wide to Rafa's forehand. If you lose that direction, as many players have in this tournament, he's able to whip that forehand up the line, curve it back in.
Moderately comfortable game for Djokovic. Holds to 15. After the last couple we've had, that's a statement. And in a moment, it will be Nadal serving to stay in the second set at 4-5.
Excuse me, what is this?
The only set that Djokovic has dropped at this tournament was the first set of this match. Nadal went 4 hours 20 against Felix Auger-Aliassime. Five-setter. He's already played 2 hours and 8 minutes. I do wonder whether there may be a physical factor comes into play the longer this match goes on. Wander around the grounds of Roland-Garros, there is a statue of Rafael Nadal. He is that much of a legend, 13 titles here. You sort of feel if he can come through this match, this is the biggest obstacle between him and the 14th, although Sasha Zverev and the players in the bottom half of the draw may beg to differ. But he's serving now to stay in the second set at 4-5. Stinging return from Djokovic. Met this beautifully. Came off the frame of Nadal's racket. But he's under intense pressure here. Those Serbian fans have the word Serbikosi on the back of their jumpers. They've been supporting Djokovic all through this tournament. They may have something to cheer in 2 points, because Djokovic is potentially 2 points away from levelling this match at a set all.
S'il vous plaît.
Nadal played safe then. Djokovic staked everything on that cross-court forehand, and Nadal was there, but he missed the up-the-line shot. Very seldom you see Nadal not committing to a shot. This is set point for Djokovic. He was 3-love down with a double break.
Merci.
That's the way you play a set point. Nadal not backing away from any of those backhands. You would have understood if there was a little bit of frailty, given the lead that he had in this second set.
Nadal.
What we don't know is whether he's feeling perfectly fresh. If he's feeling like there's a lot of running still in him, he won't be worried about losing the second set, so he can play freely. If he feels he has to win this in 3 or 4, then there's more pressure on him.
And really, that's been some of the value of Djokovic, working his way up the court in set 2. Kind of a reposition, or he's hit points in the rally closer to the baseline in set 2 as opposed to set 1.
It's interesting that Djokovic was standing just behind his baseline. And by the time he bounced on the balls of his feet, he was pretty much on the baseline for that return of serve.
And that was an easy power that came off the racket.
Set point number 2 for Djokovic. Has altered his position. He's gone a little bit to his left, either anticipating a serve out wide or wanting to use his forehand. It's long.
Et deuxième manche, Djokovic.
How important could that set be? It seemed to be all Nadal at 6-2, 3-love with a double break. After 2 hours and 16 minutes, Djokovic is level. It's 1 set all.
Troisième manche. Au service, Djokovic.
Djokovic starting the third set.
Is that the way forward for Nadal?
Well, he very seldom misses smashes. So once Djokovic is forced to throw up the lob, I mean, if that's your only hope, fine, play it. But I don't see him winning many points when he lofts that high ball.
No. I think for Rafa, though, to still, if he can get the overhead, fantastic. But going forward, maybe keeping some of these points shorter for the moment. Something he's got to create to break this momentum.
Well, he's at love 30 in the opening game and has a second serve. Well, that serve is 123 kilometers an hour. Very, very soft one.
0-40.
Three break points for Nadal. Start of the third. Oh, did that catch the line? Nadal says it was out. I think Djokovic thinks it is as well.
Yeah, that ball marks.
Well, the course has been swept, so it's often easy to see them at the beginning. Well, that's 3 sets in a row where Djokovic has been broken in the first game.
Premier jeu, troisième manche.
Well, let's just have a little look at this Hawkeye graphic. Novak Djokovic's rally hit points between set 1 and set 2. You can see in the second set he's spending a lot more time on the front foot inside the baseline. 28% of his shots coming inside the baseline. And for context, he only hit 8 winners in the opening set. He hit 18 in the second set. And also Nadal lost 8 kilometers an hour on his forehand, 5 Ks on his backhand in the set. Djokovic went up on both wings.
Nadal, 1-love, third set. He cut those out at the end of the second set. And that was a horrible drop shot.
Easy. You get that feedback straight away when you notice where it lands in the net. If it misses.
Middle of the net.
Yeah. Very average by Djokovic's standards.
This is a poor start to the third set by Djokovic.
40-0. Mesdames, Messieurs, je vous prierai de laisser les annonces pour les juges de ligne. Merci.
Damien Dumoussois saying, please leave the calls to the line umpires. Seven points played in this third set, all 7 to Nadal.
Quart de porte.
.40 left to 40-30.
Nadal.
Oh, he needed that, Nadal, after those 2 points.
Really cramped Djokovic on the service direction, sliding it into the body. Quite often when you're returning serve, it's in your body, you're trying to just give yourself space. The safe return is back up the middle.
Djokovic love 2, third set.
Zero.
Hitting that backhand down the line extremely smoothly now. A little erratic in the first set. I suspect that was one of the Serbian fans. Nadal's just cleaning the mark off that sideline. Djokovic really playing to the full width of the court.
Yeah, as soon as Djokovic put that overhead away, Rafa going over and just having a look at that line.
It's a comfortable service game for Djokovic. Still a breakdown. He's opened his account in the third set.
Nadal
1 set all. Nadal leading 2-1 with a break in the third.
Well, we're getting some information constantly in regards to the level of these two fighters on the court. Champions they are, but Rafa in the second set. See his winners and unforced errors. That's for the whole match, but the forehand in particular in set 2 was 8 kilometers down compared to set 1. So if that continues, even though he might be up a break of serve, it might be just temporary, because if the ball ends up sitting for Djokovic, gives him time to load. You know about the easy power that comes off of both forehand and backhand.
No, but you cannot do that because I need that ball.
Yeah, but the problem is the ball itself. You understand that?
Okay, they can cover it. They can cover it.
That's what I will try to do.
I know, but they cannot change it because the drink cannot be changed with that ball.
Okay, all right. So,
Without questioning, why are you doing this without questioning?
Because
Another discussion between the umpire and Djokovic.
So the people are the one? Yes, exactly.
I did see actually. What happened was that a ball kid brought in a bottle of drink for Djokovic, and he was intercepted by one of the officials who took it off him. And I thought, do they do tests on this to see that it's legitimate or what? But it was never delivered to Djokovic, and I think he's irritated. Maybe there's some, you know, electrolyte drink or health drink.
Well, quite often, a lot of the top players, that they will have a certain fluid, depending on the length of the match. You know, that a number of players will have something that is more concentrated only if it gets to the 5th set. But there is almost like a science behind how much they take.
But if the bottle was brought out to Djokovic and then intercepted and said you can't take it to him, I mean, I'm sure there's some rules that it wouldn't have done it arbitrarily, but does that mean he has a limited supply of that nutrients drink?
No, but they shouldn't. That shouldn't have happened. They can't put a stop to you getting fluid from your coach's box if they have to mix it back up into from the player's box and send it down. That happens on a regular basis. Not sure why they would have intercepted it.
Well, I don't know whether they have let it through now. I was watching the tennis, but I just remembered it the last change of ends. I saw it happen. Nadal not putting the first volley away. Did enough with it. All he got was a lob. I mean, we should add that the players, once they get to the quarterfinals, are all they all have to go into anti-doping testing. It's random up to the quarterfinals. Some players are selected, some aren't. The lob that Nadal throws up, knowing that every now and again he'll get a missed smash from Djokovic.
Hard to go.
.30-15 rather than 15-30. Expensive miss.
45.
Second point, 3-1.
Just solid. Ever since he missed that overhead, Djokovic, it's like the next point he had a crack at a forehand, he missed it long, but the following 2 points has been striking the ball flatter. He's been able to get the errors from Rafa.
40-15 to deuce.
That is a bonus.
Nadal.
Unhappy with that return. And that also caused a long, lengthy look to his player box, Djokovic.
It took him until that very, very long sixth game of the second set before he had one double fault. And now coming relatively frequently. Two is only for the third set. I mean, the total in the match is 5?
3.
3. Really? Oh, okay. I'm imagining more than there are then. See, that he was putting away with ease in the first set. What does that tell you?
Avantage, Djokovic.
Well, he has made a change in this third set by coming forward more often. We saw that in the opening game. He broke serve. Playing that volley into the net instead of up over.
Break back point for Djokovic.
Égalité.
Ivanisevic had brown hair at the start of this match.
He certainly didn't want Djokovic going for that forehand up the line.
Oh, well played. Djokovic would be annoyed that he gave Nadal a chance then.
Yeah, there was an opening there. Was not much, but
went too close to the centre.
Yeah. Hit with some sting, and Nadal handling the backhand volley much better. The racket face was open.
Never feel Nadal has been given enough credit for his volleys. I think he's got great hands.
Oh, I elevate him already to being arguably the best volleyer.
That's high praise.
Paul.
Of his generation, or?
In today's game.
In today's game,
yes.
Yeah.
You combine it with not just the actual volley, but how he gets there, the transition, the awareness.
Wouldn't have worked.
Nadal.
Even if it'd gone over. He obviously feels he has to play it just to keep Nadal guessing. But every time he plays it, he loses the point.
Nadal mène 3-1.
Either because it's run down or because he misses a shot. That was an important game for Nadal. Saving a break point.
Mute in the second round played a handful of drop shots with success. Nadal was hovering deep. Then Auger-Aliassime had success as well.
Djokovic 1-3, third set. That's brilliant from both men.
It's the final forehand, not easy. It's mid-court. You have to make sure that the racket head gets below the flight of the incoming ball. Certainly measured it well, Djokovic.
I mean, I get the feeling, Mark, that these two players are playing the kind of tennis that would blow away most opponents. I mean, that's what's so special about this, is that this kind of stuff against somebody ranked even 30 to 50 in the world, they'd come away
wouldn't be staying with them, yeah. Very much a gladiatorial match.
And they're not used to having this level of ball coming back at them. That's what makes it so fascinating. .15. Well, Djokovic didn't even move for that return. And it just worries me, from Djokovic's perspective, that was 137 kilometers an hour. If he misses his first serve, he's in trouble. One, 3:30 all. Well, I think that was because he was going for a big second serve.
Willing to roll the dice on serve. Djokovic going close to the lines this time. It goes beyond the service box.
Break point for a double break.
Nadal.
Djokovic was a double breakdown in the second set and came back to win it. But he's lost his rhythm now. And Nadal has got his zest back. 4-1. Third set. That was really the Djokovic of the first set.
Yes. He's caught the same type of form that he began the match. He's just trying to watch the... yes, the ball kids are still out there. They've just delivered a couple of freshly strung rackets for Nadal. Again, that might be just the conditions changing.
So he'd want a little looser tension,
yeah,
so that he can get a little bit more bounce off the strings.
Exactly.
I'm waiting for him.
Nadal asking for some water. He asked for it in French, and then when he asked for it in English, he got it. Djokovic is already out there. Nadal again taking his time. Again, there isn't a shot clock. Now it starts at 30 seconds, but it's meaningless.
Rafa's it started just as he got to the baseline. Still go through his process of cleaning the line, his tennis shoe.
Nadal, 4-1. Gorgeous volley. And those are the hands that we've praised. It's funny how we call it good hands. It's really wrist, isn't it? The sensitivity of the wrist.
Yeah, and he also gets to the point of contact. It creates a strong base. That racket head is not too far away from his body, so it helps with the control. And so the difference again, Chris, is that Rafa, the information that's been sent through, has decided that even after the return of serve, he's closing the court down. He's standing at the same position to return serve, but he's actually his strike point after the return as well as the serve. He's standing, not pulling away after making contact with the serve. He's standing closer to the baseline.
Nadal's defending is really doing the job at the moment.
Quart, 2-15.
A stab by Djokovic. There was no follow-through. It's abbreviated.
(40-15), 2 points for 5-1.
Nadal.
Well, I have to say this.
Nadal mène 5-1.
This I did not expect after the second set. So far, this match is following the pattern of the 2013 semi-final.
I'm with you. I didn't see this after set 2 either.
Djokovic serving at 1-5 to stay in the third set. Unless that gets... No, Nadal's called the umpire down. He thinks that might be wide. No, I think he's saying that part of that is on the line.
I don't see that often that Rafa, when he goes up and circles a mark or that...
You know, not right.
Yeah.
It's a sign that he's on edge about this match.
Accepted the decision, though. I mean,
yes.
Maybe he was just asking. Shouldn't be quick to say that he was pointing to something that was out. It was an irrelevant point in the end.
Changement de balle, ramasseur.
Even at 5-1 up, he's still concerned about Djokovic's ability to come back. Djokovic holds. Nadal leads 5-2, third set. It's just great to see this stadium full. I know the tournament has changed slightly in character since we've had night sessions.
The Alcaraz Khachanov match played a couple of nights ago. And, it was jammed.
Yeah.
Certainly the upper tier, there was barely a seat. Even the lower tier, which is predominantly corporate boxes, but they also were enthralled with the young phenom.
He's gone out now.
By
Sasha Zverev in 4 sets. Well, during the next service game from Nadal, we will enter Wednesday. It's about 2 minutes to midnight here in Paris. This one could have another hour and a half, 2 hours to go. Enthralling contest. Nadal serving for the third set at 5-2. He hardly ever misses a smash. And the smash off the bounce is slightly different, but that is unusual.
For a second, I thought it was just a broken string.
I thought so. The sound of it.
Yeah. It was on the side of the racket frame.
Right on the time limit then, Nadal. Just got to 1 second by the time he tossed the ball. Because he's had one time violation. If he has another one, he loses his first serve. His second serve's been very useful tonight. Like that one. 164 kilometers right down the tee.
At 25 Ks quicker than some of the second deliveries of Djokovic.
Yeah. 40 quicker than some of them. Djokovic has had a couple in the 120s.
Hors de 15.
Gone past midnight. We're about to enter the 4th hour of the match, 2 hours 58 on the match clock.
De 15.
This has been a fairly quick set. Nadal with 2 points to end it. 5-2, 40-15.
Level of nonchalance on that forehand. It's almost like the set is out of my reach, so I'm just going to loosen up.
Second set point. Oh, such a good return, but a wild forehand. And Nadal takes the 3rd set. 6 games to 2. Nadal leads 2 sets to 1 after 3 hours. This has such resonance, the noise from this stadium. I left early a couple of nights ago, and I was a good kilometre away, and there was a roar, and you heard it right through the streets of Bologna.
Quatrième manche. Au service, Djokovic.
Djokovic needs to cut out some of the errors, but keep the same level of intensity as he had at the end of the 2nd set. Serving at the start of the 4th.
Zero.
brilliant from Nadal. Again, Djokovic losing the point on a drop shot. Wasn't a bad drop shot. Look at this, though, from Nadal. Hits the top of the net. The American player, James Blake, ran down a drop shot in a practice session in Rome. Ended up breaking his back, crashing against the net post.
De 15.
The second serve is vulnerable.
Yeah, Rafa has been helping his course when Djokovic is hitting that second serve. He's standing slightly closer to return and then moving closer to the baseline after he sends the ball back into play.
The first one he's won outright. But I think it's the first drop shot he's won a point with.
Yeah, off the top.
Oh boy, as well at 30 all. Under a lot of pressure.
Well, he's dropped his serve in the first game, but the first, second and third sets. So this would be quite a lift if he could hold serve here.
Djokovic. Premier jeu, quatrième manche.
One love Djokovic.
Well, let's just have a little look at the Rafael Nadal average rally hit points. So this is where he is averaging on the return of serve, so just about 4 meters or so behind the baseline. His +1 shot, he creeps ever closer to the baseline, around 2 meters or so. And then look at the return +2, he's almost on the baseline. He's just slowly but surely taking the time away from Novak Djokovic, and maybe that is why Djokovic has only won 13 of 33 points so far behind his second serve tonight.
I think it was a key hold as well for Djokovic.
I find this match so hard to read. There's a part of me that keeps thinking Djokovic is about to take control, and yet the way Nadal is playing, there's a few more errors coming, but by and large, he's playing almost the level he was in the first set, and it's hard to see him losing when he plays like that. Nadal at love 1.
Loses it because of the net, which is why he just took his frustrations out on it. You see that Rafa was heading in the wrong direction. It was going to be a winner until it hits the net.
But Rafa's defense is so good that it draws that kind of mistake.
Merci. 15 à.
Those are the Serbian fans trying to get behind Djokovic.
Hors de 15.
So the moment you see Djokovic hitting the sliced forehand, if Nadal is in, it's sort of game over for that point.
Yeah, he's quick enough to find himself into position for the volley.
Carlos Moya. He's seen all this before. Well, he might be wondering how many more nights like this there'll be with Nadal turning 36 on Friday. And he was complaining in Rome about, it's only so much longer I can go on when I have this kind of pain in my feet, and yet look at him tonight. The moment either man drops anything remotely short, the other is onto it in a flash.
Broken serve 3 times tonight. Djokovic over 11 opportunities.
All 3 in the second set. Has he made it? He has.
Goodness. Oh no, Djokovic is circling.
That's out. Damien Dumoussois is making it clear. Well, Nadal's saying, you showed me the one at my end, and you said a bit of the ball was touching. What's the difference between that one and this one?
There we go, confirmation it was out.
Djokovic has made himself the villain. The crowd is always a bit more for Nadal than for Djokovic here. Nadal had many years when the crowd was for Federer and not for him. And now they're for him rather than Djokovic. Djokovic has the early break in the 4th set. Are we going the distance? 2-love.
15-0.
Tennis is good now.
He read the drop shot almost before Rafa had connected with that. In the end, having to play one more volley, one more shot, happened to be the volley.
A little risky, did the job. Very good game by Djokovic. One of his best serving games of the night. He holds to love.
Djokovic mène 3-0.
Well, it's only one break. It looks like we might be going the distance. 3¼ hours. 3-love. And he divides opinion, Djokovic. Frequently the man crowds like to hate. Anyone who knows anything about tennis will admire his tenacity, the way he never gives up, and his superb fitness. Have to hold firm. They're having to stand up against global superstars. Much tougher job than it looks. Nadal, love 3, fourth set.
So I have some good news, Chris, for those Rafa fans out there.
Go on.
When he is up 2-1, he's 5-0 against Djokovic.
Okay.
We'll see.
We will.
Yep.
Absolutely. In general, or just here?
Okay, I'm going to have to go back to my source on that one.
Okay. I think it's
in general.
In general.
Got you thinking now.
Yeah.
That
thinking
memory banks of yours, you're going through.
That long US Open final, was it 2013?
40-15.
Helpful, isn't it, right now for Rafa, if he can squeeze by his service games unscathed, not having to deal with too much stress. Provide the opportunity to mount the challenge, see if he can sneak back the service break.
Do you think if it does go 5, physical factors will be an issue? I mean, we were talking about that earlier on.
Yeah, and that's maybe where it might come back into for Rafa. I have no question for Djokovic. I even think it was Ivanisevic on the eve of this matchup and said, my player is ready for if it was best of 10 sets.
Yeah.
He could manage it.
I mean, Nadal played a 5-set quarterfinal in Australia against Shapovalov, and then came back from 2 sets to love down to win a 4.5-hour match against Medvedev in the final.
He did.
So, okay, that was a semi-final in the middle, but I mean, the thing we don't know about Nadal is whether he is playing through any pain. We can only go by what he said after losing to Shapovalov in Rome.
Yeah. Haven't noticed anything. No, there's been no tweaks or pulling up.
I didn't notice anything in the Shapovalov match. I only watched bits of it, but you know, even in the 3rd set, when he was losing quite heavily, he still seemed to be moving okay. See, that's phenomenal defense by Nadal. He lost the point. The 2 shots he got back, that would have been absolutely past most players. This one.
Yeah.
Unbelievable to get it back. And because he gets it back, he knows, Djokovic knows he has to really find the corners. And that's when he might make mistakes. Wondering, Mark, whether all these drop shots from Djokovic are actually part of a 5-set physical strategy.
Plan, yeah. They very well could be.
On the basis that if we're going 5, I want you to be more tired than me by the end of it.
Oh.
Well, if it is meant to tire him out, he needs to win 1 or 2 of the points. Because if Nadal runs down a drop shot and ends up winning the point with a high backhand volley, he'll feel great.
Well, should we challenge Djokovic's ability to play 5 sets, given the last time he would have played one, if, in fact, he did at the US Open?
We beat Zverev in 5 in the semis.
So That was August, September of
Yes.
21.
Early September. Always missed it. He had Djokovic out of position, and that would have been 40-love to deuce. As it is, Djokovic holds and leads 4-1 in the fourth set.
Djokovic mène 4-1.
It's an irony in that, isn't it? The winner of this plays Zverev. Could be Djokovic against Zverev again, and in some ways I feel that although Djokovic beat Zverev in 5, Zverev pushed him so tight that he had an influence in the final.
Final, yeah.
Because Djokovic was beaten in straight sets by Medvedev. Now, might have happened anyway. He's talked about the emotion of having the crowd cheering for him, the pressure of going for a calendar year Grand Slam, because it was his final match to complete it. But I think the fact that he went 5 sets in the semi-finals did make a difference.
Right. Heavy toll indeed. First man to be having that opportunity of winning a Grand Slam.
Since Rod Laver in 69.
Reprise.
We're seeing the first of those lobs from Djokovic. Carlos Moya and Francisco Roig. Moya doesn't travel every week of the year with Nadal. Roig does some of the tournaments.
Mark Lopez also joined the team.
He has. Well, he's just retired as a player.
Yep.
So
as partner of Nadal. They won the gold medal in Rio.
Nadal playing deuce court. Mark Lopez playing ad court.
That he did.
The lefty playing the deuce court, the righty playing the ad court.
Something new.
That's, well, but it's generally the way these days. It's where the Bryans normally played. Nadal, 1-4, fourth set.
15-0. Zéro. Quarante, zéro.
Again, I feel like these games for Rafa right now on serve. Just move through them swiftly. See if you can mount the charge early in the Djokovic service game.
Very good service game from Nadal.
Djokovic mène 4-2.
Well, this crowd that is more for Nadal than for Djokovic. Actually, they've got a mixture now of Rafa and Djoko. More people chanting Rafa.
S'il vous plaît.
Still the one break of serve in the fourth set. Djokovic at 4-2. Well, we know that a little bit of alcohol may have flowed this evening. All
Les deux joueurs sont prêts, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs.
All part of the fun. Come to the tennis, drink a couple of beers, but maybe one or two people have lost a little bit of their self-discipline. Djokovic at 4-2.
Zéro 15. Gaza.
Evenly matched in this fourth set. First serve points won.
And Nadal has stopped there. He thinks that serve was wide. Expect Nadal to attack this second serve.
What?
Ooh, that's a loose forehand. Because it was tentative from Djokovic.
Hors de 15.
Djokovic did not swing through that backhand. Didn't miss by much, and Djokovic was not chasing it. Let's watch this again.
Good judgment.
Yes. 2 points for 5-2.
Well, Rafa deserved that point, the high-quality return from deep in the court, cutting the angle off. Just being able to find that placement with the return allowed him to take control.
Missed it.
Djokovic.
Well, in the first set, he'd have banked on Nadal making that forehand. He was making everything. But it's become tense, and Nadal's making a few mistakes. Djokovic leading 5-2, fourth set. Three hours 33 on the clock. And we're certainly getting to the fifth hour. Will it come down to freshness? Will it come down to nerve? So I tend to trust Nadal's nerve more than Djokovic's in this kind of situation. On a hard court, it would be different.
Well, each set so far, the 4 sets, someone has created that break of serve, manoeuvring early. The pathway to success.
Djokovic sending another water bottle out. Again, there's a correct protocol that has to be gone through. Nadal serving to stay in the fourth set. 2-5. Still just the one break.
Well, after dropping serve, Nadal has had a more comfortable time holding since. A better job when he arrives at net today in this match.
There's something riding on this in the sense that if Nadal were to lose this set, he would much rather start the fifth set on his own serve. So if he holds serve here, he's a much better chance of doing that. The sets so far have had an even number of games, so Djokovic has served first in all of them. That is phenomenal hitting. There's 6 strokes in that rally, apart from the last one, which Djokovic was out of position. Just phenomenal.
Almost identical to the one that he lost the last game on. Wasn't able to curve it back into court.
High level of tennis.
Changement de balle ramasseur, s'il vous plaît.
So, new balls. I wonder if that is going to help Rafa with the velocity.
Well, they say new balls help the people who are serving well. And Djokovic has served generally pretty well throughout this fourth set.
I like Rafa's chances better with returning with new balls here.
Djokovic serving to take this quarter-final into a fifth set. 5-3. Djokovic not even attempting to run for that.
0-15.
First one for Djokovic in this set, 5th overall.
What a scorching forehand down the line. $15-30. So much depends on the Djokovic first serve. That was a good one.
Yeah, 189 Ks. Seems very comfortable.
What a good body, good serve down the tee. I was pretty sure that was going out wide. Maybe Nadal was too. 3 hours, 41 minutes since they started. Djokovic with a point to take this match into a deciding set. Swing through that one. Very easy to do on a tight point like that. But Nadal was just playing the ball back.
If you have a tendency to lean too far, your weight has transferred over the top. It's very difficult to get those arms, as you said, Chris, to follow through. Way more backhand unforced errors by Djokovic tonight.
Nadal read this one. He's got used to Djokovic when the ball sits up, going back to the backhand. And this didn't miss by much. Set point number 2. Not enough on the approach shot from Djokovic. Easy to criticise. But knowing how quick Nadal is to balls like this, there needed to be more on that approach shot. Either more topspin or more depth or more power. came off the frame of Djokovic's racket, you knew it was a goner.
But a second serve.
Avantage,
Rafa,
Nadal.
when he's been able to threaten the Djokovic serve, he moving in after the return of serve. That forehand finds the open court, the first break point that Rafa has in this set.
S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît.
Exhibiting a sense of calmness after playing the drop shot, closes the court down, and this is not an easy shot. He then changes back to the two-hander roll backhand volley.
It's a risky strategy, wasn't it, to play the drop shot on break point? But he hasn't got to world number one without being willing to take risks. Djokovic is about to run out of time.
Avantage, Nadal.
We have another one of those long games. We had the two that came to nearly half an hour back-to-back in the second set. But Djokovic got the better of those. Break point. Djokovic punished for once again dropping the ball short. Nadal seizing on it. We're back on serve, but Nadal will have to serve again to stay in the fourth set. 5-4 Djokovic.
Djokovic mène 5-4.
Well, Djokovic getting tentative. Just, he had those two set points, but neither of them played with massive confidence.
But have a look at this backhand, though, Chris. Not sure that he got a favourable bounce. So it loads up here, he's sighting the ball, and see that ball just shift out. So he caught it up the top of his frame. That contributed to the ball landing short and up in the middle corridor.
And that can happen on clay.
Yeah. It's just something that you go with. Rafa was up to the challenge, though. No nerves on this forehand. Finds the open court and breaks. Nadal 4-5.
fourth set. It's a little bit of resigned body language from Djokovic. I mean, he won't have resigned, but the frustration of it's not working for me. Now the chanting of Nole, Nole. Djokovic fans.
Trying to get him back on that wave.
Yes. And he will have heard it.
Zero.
He's got eyes on the mark straight away, hasn't he, Damien Dumas was?
I was just about to say that Nadal's cut out all the mistakes, and then of course he goes and makes one, but very few off the racket of Nadal in the last 2 or 3 games.
And only just.
Was only the one break of serve early on. This has been a much more conventional set. One break early for Djokovic. And Nadal breaking back in the 9th game.
5 jeux partout.
12 minutes ago, Djokovic had the first of his 2 set points. Now he's up against it. 2 sets to 1 down. 5-all in the 4th.
Good numbers there for Rafa. First serve percentage, it's bumped up higher than the tournament average.
Zero. 30-0.
I think the last Metro will have left on the number 10 line, but there's hardly anybody that's left this stadium. I hope they're all within walking distance. Nadal's defense is just so strong. It's causing Djokovic to go for the lines.
That rally, though, a lot of the shots from Rafa just down the middle of the court.
He defends so well.
Yeah. Just baiting Novak.
30-15. So well handled.
Yeah, and anticipating this one cross court. Many times Rafa, when he is pushed out wide to that backhand, if it is a passing shot, it was like a bullet cross court. Nice hands, lovely soft hands by Djokovic on the volley.
Djokovic.
I'm sure you taught him that approach. Djokovic holds to 15. And Rafa Nadal will have to serve for a third time to stay in the fourth set at 6-5. Do you see signs of what you taught him in his, obviously, it's been, what, 13 years since you were working with him?
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
The difficult part for that I found working with Djokovic was actually for him to understand about the transition. Once he got there, certainly on the forehand, I thought the technique, and that's what I would remind him, that I think your technique on the forehand side it's spot on. The backhand side, I just didn't like the left hand. When he made contact, he used to spread it like it was a fly. But it was also getting into position, and that's the difficulty. He just found that if he, quite often, because he hadn't practiced it often enough, he'd go in on the wrong ball and then always have a tough volley.
Both men trotting out. Just trying to signal to the other, but they've still got lots of running. Nadal's had to serve twice to stay in this set at 2-5, at 4-5, and now for a third time at 5-6.
And again, a lot of these games, after that break that went against him, Rafa's service games have been stress-free. How does he handle it if Novak does get close? Forehand up the line, stunning.
Yeah, it's anticipation though, because that was pretty much the shot Djokovic wanted.
But like Nole was perhaps leaning into the ad court, cover his backhand.
just no mistakes from Nadal at the moment.
30-0.
A few cheap points that he was giving Djokovic early in this set, and in the second set, they've gone for the moment.
Again, the buffer now. Winning the first 2 points avoids any stress.
Four hours exactly on the match clock. Nadal with 3 points to take this fourth set into the tiebreak. Second serve. That's been one of the architects of his display tonight. I was going to say his victory. It feels like he's on the verge of victory here. The second serve from Nadal has at times been outstanding. Well, there's more people chanting Rafa than Nole. Djokovic, the defending champion, his title is hanging by a thread. He must win this tiebreak, or Nadal is through to another semi-final. Again, Nadal, this is Nadal back to 2013, 2014 form. He's just not making any mistakes.
1-0, Nadal.
Didn't redline the forehand that helped transfer him towards the net. He had to make sure that he got over the net. But there was enough juice on the ball, extracting the error from Djokovic. Just wondering when we'll see the drop shot from Djokovic. Haven't seen it played.
Will we, though?
Les joueurs sont prêts, merci.
He redlined that one.
2-0, Nadal.
And what's aided Rafa holding serve comfortably in this set is his ability to find the forehand when he's landing that first serve.
Let, premier service. S'il vous plaît.
Yeah,
oh, it's phenomenal defending.
Defending and then knowing his opponent. Rafa took one step to the right on this and then held his ground.
3-0.
The ball
Nadal.
was right on his racket.
S'il vous plaît.
Djokovic, love 3.
Nadal.
How he'd love to sneak one of these points. A further buffer.
It's the defense. It draws the error from Djokovic.
4-1.
That first forehand was so deep, and yet Nadal was there.
So now that buffer is there, 2 serves to come. Does Rafa use that left-handed serve? Just try to slide it out wide. Djokovic off the court. Maybe back it up with that forehand.
4-1. Oh, he's going for the serve
Big
down the tee.
serve, yeah. Going for the cheek point. Two points he's lost in this set behind the second serve, Rafa.
It's remarkable. He is not making any mistakes. I mean, it's looking like Djokovic is giving this away because of all the mistakes he's making. But I mean, the cheap points that were coming in the second set and early in the fourth, they're just not coming. It is remarkable from Nadal, and yet the points are ending on errors from Djokovic, simply because he's being ground into hitting bigger shots. Nadal 2 points from victory, 5-1, fourth set tiebreak. This is the man who, when he pulled up in Rome, he'd just come back from a 6-week rib injury, which some people thought might keep him out of Roland-Garros. He then complained about his feet. And here he is, with 5 match points to move into a 15th semi-final at Roland-Garros. Quite remarkable.
S'il vous plaît.
Well, Nadal calling the umpire out, that I think is not sporting, because that just holds Djokovic up from a second serve.
Nadal.
Match point number 2.
Nadal.
It's half an hour since Djokovic had a set point, the first of 2 in this 4th set. And here's Nadal with his 3rd match point, the first one on his own serve. Clean winner.
6-4. Nadal.
Again, the umpire has called the score, but he hasn't set the shot clock. Nadal wanting the balls up at his end. Now the shot clock starts. Three match points saved. If Djokovic saves this one, it'll start to get very, very interesting. Match point number 4. Nadal makes it to the semis. And was this his biggest obstacle between him and a 14th Roland-Garros title?
Rafael Nadal!
And the level he showed in the last half hour of this match was quite phenomenal. He plays Sasha Zverev for a place in the final. And he is now the favourite for this title. Mark Woodford.
You're so right, Chris. I mean, it's just breathtaking tennis that he displayed, it, in particular that 4th set. Coming back from an early service break and then played possibly some of his best tennis.
2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Since
the final of 2020, I'd say, when he was irresistible.
After already playing a 4-hour-plus match in the previous round. Answered a lot of questions there physically. Djokovic off the court quite quickly.
I suspect he'll be into his press conference quickly and will be out of here. And he will look forward to getting onto the grass.
A few questions there after the 2nd set. That was the form he captured that we saw Novak play in the previous matches. Again, we had a wonderful sense that he was returning to big form, defeating Schwartzman in straight sets. Some nerves perhaps in the opening set, but it didn't go according to his script.
We're waiting to hear Nadal. We'll be talking with Marion Bartoli.
Rafa, nous n'avons pas de mots pour décrire le spectacle
Rafa, we don't have
incroyable
words
que
to
vous nous avez
describe
offert
this
tous les deux,
incredible
Novak et
spectacle.
toi, ce soir.
You and Novak,
Vous êtes
both
deux
of you.
immenses champions. Alors simplement,
You are both
merci.
amazing
Merci pour
champions.
tout ça.
Simply, thank you. And Rafa says thank you back.
Oui. Bonsoir.
Yeah, good evening.
C'est très émotionnant.
I'm very emotional.
Pour moi, c'est vraiment incroyable de jouer ici.
For me, it's really incredible to play here.
Merci, merci, merci.
I say
merci à tout le
thank you,
monde.
thank you, thank you, and thank you again to everybody here. It's incredible.
La soutien, c'est
The support is
incroyable pour moi.
unbelievable for me.
Tout le monde
Everyone
know comme d'important c'est pour moi de jouer ici.
Everyone knows how important it is for me to play here.
C'est important de ma carrière.
The most important tournament of my career.
Tout le soutien de vous c'est pour moi très très spécial. Merci
All
beaucoup.
the support from you is very, very special. Thank you.
Rafa, tonight you played for 4 hours and 12 minutes. And from the first ball, yes, 4 hours and 12 minutes. From the first ball to the last one, it was such a tight match. So many twists and turns. You were down in that fourth set, you were a breakdown. Can you try to walk us through this match and how you felt?
Well, have been, I mean, very, very tough match. No, Novak is one of the best players of the history, without a doubt. So always play against him is an amazing challenge. No, all the history that we have together. Today was another one, and to win against Novak, there is only one way: is to play at your best since the first point till the last, no, and tonight have been one of these magic nights for me, unexpected level, but I am super happy, so thank you very much.
You said it on several occasions, but this court, Philippe Chatrier, is bringing the best out of you. Every time you're on this court, it's your place. Did you feel, of course, the energy of all the public, but also that on every single shot you just had a little bit more because you were here on this court?
Well, of course, no, without a doubt, there is no one other place like this one for me. No, it's the most important court of my tennis career, the most special one. And as I said before in French, I don't know if I if I was able to speak the proper way, but for me, feel the love of everyone here in Paris, in the most important place of my career. It means everything to me.
Don't worry, you say it beautifully in French and you say it beautifully in English. And please, just stay for us on this court. Please come back. Just don't say it might be not another year, because we love you so much and we want to see you many, many more times on this court.
Okay. See you, by the way, in 2 days. That's the only thing that I can say. So many, many thanks. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde. Merci.
Mesdames et messieurs, Rafael Nadal, qualifié pour les demi-finales de Roland-Garros.
And we will see him on Friday on his 36th birthday. Well, he started against Novak Djokovic in May. He finished in June.
Yes, he did. Oh, and look at finishes the early hours of Wednesday morning, and
the 1.
Significant that I think that he returns on Friday, the 2 days. Yeah, that really does go a long way for this champion.